And the microphone is on. There we go. Welcome everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and hopefully you can hear me. Wow, there's a lot of noise in the background. What the heck is that from? Oh, hang on, I know. How about I turn that one off? That'll work. Okay, figured out where that noise was coming from. I had to do that. All right. Good to have you all on board today. It is Sunday, November 27th of 2022. And of course, afternoon here, evening for all you wonderful folks in Europe, and morning for those good people that are across the international date lines. So, welcome everyone from around the world. Glad to have you all on board. And Sharon Sturt says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Thank you. And first off, let's say a welcome to our wonderful moderators who I have not yet seen, but I'm sure they're hiding there somewhere. Our Arizona Snowman, of course, and Piggy, and C&D Boy, and perhaps even Gary, 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and might even have Joseph Fields or Lucas Snow or somebody in the background as well. We'll see what happens. Anyway, good to have everyone on board. First person in today was Hermione and Fluffy. Well, actually, Hermione was first. She had to go dry Fluffy off because he came in from the outside somewhere. Got all wet for some reason. I guess that's what happens when it rains. Anyway, good to have you all here, and I will run through all the names real quick so we are all good. And we'll start out with Yvonne. Yvonne Kunkel is here. And of course Hermione, and we've got Henry Nelson and Scott Hartman. Anna Wallner is here. Welcome, Anna. And Guten Abend. Alba Girl is here. King Colin Dedman, Henry Nelson, Sharon Stewart, of course. Gail Moore is also here. David Brewer, Astronomy Live with David Brewer in the house. Welcome, David. Going up some more, looking for other wonderful names. Sue Hayes is here. Welcome, Sue. And thanks again for sending those links. And Robert and Chandel also in the house. Welcome. And still scrolling up, looking for more other wonderful people. And let's see, who else we got? We got Sue, we got Anna, we got Hermione, King Colin Dedman, we got Yvonne, we got. Let's go up. Boy, they're chatty. There's lots of them in here. It's all good, though. That's what we want. We want people to talk to each other. Oh, Mummy of Hamsters is here. Welcome, and sorry to hear that you're so overworked. And almost, no, never mind, I'm not going to say that. Hopefully you'll get a little bit more of a reprieve in the upcoming times here. Frank McLeod, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And let's see, who else we got in that I have not seen yet. Going. Earth Creature, welcome back, Earth Creature. Hopefully you have good times here on this planet. It's the only planet we got, you know, right now anyway. So we got to do what we can on here. Godzilla Gaming in the house as well. Welcome. And I think that's about it. I've gone up as far as I can. Don't see any other names up there. If I did miss your name and didn't say hi to you, please do excuse me, and I do apologize. Salt, it pours. Uh-oh, it pours? Are we pouring salt in a wound? I hope not. That would hurt. Clean it, but it would hurt. Anyway. Oh, so good to have everyone on board. Let's get into the nitty-gritties of what's going on. And really not a heck of a lot. We'll get into a couple things here. Starting out in Iceland, of course, we will turn on that and turn off. I gotta pause that. We'll pause. There we go. Pause my lava. Sorry for the dark screen there, but that is the subject right now. Is that dark screen? We'll go to Reykjavik first and let you kind of look at that before we get going too far into the other subject. But anyway, there's our wonderful capital city of Iceland, and that is Reykjavik. It is neat looking, clean, and rainy. I don't even know what it was doing there today. I think it was not too bad from the looks, but also not the greatest. There we go. So, yep, some low-lying clouds. I don't know if they had sunshine or not earlier. I think they did. I did peek. There was a few shots of sunshine in there. You can see the lights lit up there. Anyway, that's kind of what it is. More snow up in the hills, so you know it's getting colder, and that is something that is happening there. And I'll put that one back on live. Go to the other view real quick, and that one has its beam of light spinning around as well. Why does that not look so sharp? There we go. Even though it said 1080p, it didn't look like it. It is now, though. Of course, you can see the beacon light going by there. That is to let everyone know not to fly into that building. That is the Perlin Center, and they want to keep it. We'll go back about 9 hours, and there you can see a little bit more. And yeah, the skies weren't all that great. You can see the regional airport here, of course, and they did turn the camera a little bit, so we don't see quite as much runway as we normally do, but hey, that's okay. We don't mind. Anyway, let's put that one back on live as well. So that gives you kind of an idea what Reykjavik looked like today. But let's go over to the Katla area. And this is where it gets a little bit more interesting. And Katla is kind of the subject of our discussions today. And of course, there you can see a very much so snow-covered and raised mound. And the reason I say raised is our wonderful Yvonne Kunkel passed along some information. There is about 15 centimeters of rise in the level of Katla, and I don't believe that's snow. And we have had some more earthquakes there, and there's also a magma intrusion on its way and happening. So that is very, very interesting indeed. And I don't know if Katla blows. That could be a little more volcano than we want. It has been known to devastate things as far as air traffic and such, with the amount of plumes it can produce. The elevation of ash and things like that can wreak havoc, and hopefully it'll be a benign type eruption if it does happen. You know, that's one of the things. Like, we got really, really spoiled with Ragnar and Siggy, of course, because of the physical size of those small eruptions. And by no means is Ragnar small, okay? But the location and the material that was coming up, and the fact that it was just boiling up was one of those things. You know, we weren't getting the no explosive issues or anything like that. Whereas Katla is in an interesting place because it's a glaciation over top of the actual volcano, and that volcano caldera is massive, and that can really cause some issues as you get meltwater. If you get a hot spot and things start to open up underneath, you get some of that snow and ice dropping down and hitting into the magma, and of course it will instantly vaporize or turn to gas. And once it turns to gas, the volume of the gas is typically 100 times as much as what regular water is, and it only takes a small amount to create a very, very large plume and explosion repeatedly. It will causing a mess. Yep, it will cause a mess, all right. And that is something that we're hoping that it doesn't do that. I'm sure, though, if it does erupt, we will see some pyroclastic explosions, if you want to call them that. Or, sorry, would it be? No, well, pyroclastic as well. But I think for the most part, you're going to see, a lot of that water vapor causing more explosions, and that hot lava, especially if it opens up a little bit underneath there, it could be a real big blast, or multiple blasts. You'll have them in succession. It's going to be one blast blows out landslides and lahars, as you mentioned, Yvonne. That is very correct. Although the thing about in that area, we don't need to worry so much about landslides. There's not a big population around there. But the lahars can certainly take out the highway, and that is something that we don't want. Let's actually go over. I'm going to go over to never mind the tremor chart for right now. Let's go over to the earthquake map, and we will show you why we're kind of going, okay, this may be an alarm. Anyway, you can see there. Let me get my screens back to normal here so I can see it as well. And anyway, down here, so this is the entirety of our map. We had 56 earthquakes today, and here in Iceland. And when we zoom in, we don't see a heck of a lot on the Reykjavik Peninsula, very, very little. But when we get zooming in on the Katla area, this is what starts to get interesting. And this outline right here, this one that is about the size of the caldera, okay? Everything inside it. So this thing is huge. All right, that is one of the things that we do have to point out. It is not a small volcano. And if we zoom in a little bit more and we start dissecting some of these, taking a look at the depths as well as the physical size. So this one is a 5.2 kilometers down from 1556. Then we've got another 2.25, 135 meters down, 340 at 3 a.m. Then we have a 3.14, 135 meters down at 3:45 a.m. for him. We have this one, 2.14, again 135 meters down at 3:45 a.m. Something is going on. Another 3.04, 135 meters down at 3:41 this morning. This 0.97, again same depth, at 3:52 this morning. Then we've got this guy, 0.97, same depth, 3:52 as well. I think that might have been the same one. Let's split them up a little more. 2.71, same depth, 3:50 this morning. So that gives you a pretty good idea that this isn't fooling around, we may end up seeing something. And these, again, are very close to the surface. This one, 3:44 a.m. and 0.4, not big, but still 135 meters. Makes you wonder. And then we've got a few more over here that are not quite in the same area, but still shaking and moving a little bit. And we have 0.88, 7.1 kilometers down, and that is 3:53 a.m. Then this 2.38, again, same depth. 11:52 is the time on that one. This 2.47, same depth, and 11:48 a.m. Then we've got this one, 3.44, and that again, 135 meters down, 11:53 was the time on it. So, yep, and that is what does not did. Oh, okay, it does. All right. Anyway, there's another one, 135 meters down, 2.4 at 3:42 a.m. So that gives you a pretty good idea that we have to worry a little bit. So something could definitely pop out of there at any moment. One of the things, though, that Yvonne did mention, not my smartest day today. Uh-oh, Yvonne. Did you leave your smarts somewhere? Anyway, the problem that we've got is we don't have enough energy in the seismic areas yet. And I think you mentioned it was what was it, 3 tons of energy or something like that, Yvonne, if that was correct. And we need about 6 maybe it was 1 kiloton, and we need 6 to make this thing go. So 3.5 tons. Okay, thanks. And we need about 6 kilotons to get a big eruption. Is that possible? Yes, it is. And it could happen. A few more quakes, a little bit more movement, and we could end up getting that. We could also have something weird happen, whereas we'll get, 6,000, that's right, 6 kilotons. Not a problem, Yvonne. Got it. So if we end up, getting the wrong quake in there, which could create something or split it open somehow, all of a sudden we end up with a water intrusion into a magma chamber, then the gig is up. This thing, regardless of the value of seismic energy, it will make its own energy. And as I just explained earlier, all you need is a little bit of water into a magma chamber. That water flashes to 100 times its present volume, and it does it in very quick succession. And you'll get a boom. Or multiple booms, depending on how things are triggered and how much other water is in the area. So these things could pop, and that is something to really, really bear in mind. Anyway, let's leave Katla be. 3 and 4 or greater, a bunch of 2s or 3s. Yep. Yeah, that's exactly it, Yvonne. The one thing I did want to mention is, where that actually lays. And I don't know if on this map, the other map, it'll show us here. I'm waiting for it to reload. I should have tried to do this earlier, but the one shows exactly where the fault line is and where Katla is located. And I don't believe that one's going to do anything for me right now. I think I need to refresh it. Won't worry about it, but anyway, that fault, of course, comes in on this side here and kind of bends up and goes that way. So this is sitting at kind of a corner of the fault line where the plates kind of meet, and they are not a full 90-degree angle, but they are a bigger angle here. But still, the fact that it's sitting right on a corner, all that energy is expelled right in this area. And if we get a little bit more plate movement, that could generate that. So anyway, don't want to scare people, but you know, it is a possibility that we would have that happen. Hey Piggy, welcome, oink oink, good to have you on board. And anyway, this other quake here from, it's a 1.1, 5.2 kilometers down, 1730 is the time on it. Then we've got a 1.14 from 11.6 kilometers down, and that's from 2133. And the only thing that we see over here, and it's right near Lear, is, and of course our wonderful Ragnar is here, and the Siggy Fisher about here. And when we slide up, this is kind of out of our area a little bit, but Lear is here, and there's a very small 0.1, 4.7 kilometers down from 1917. And I don't think that's going to indicate much. It's something just dropping there. So it is what it is, and you know, we'll see what we get with our Katla, and hopefully my hands, Dr. Fox, a late note, I was getting a bag ready for hospital in the morning. Oh, Piggy, you gotta do what you gotta do. You don't need a note for that. You know that I always tell you, is take care of yourself first. That's first and foremost, okay? So please, and no worries, that's all good. Anyway, Grimsvatn had a few little quakes as well here. 2.43, 3.7 clicks down, 7:37 this morning. Then we have a 1.72, 4.1 kilometers down, 5:34 a.m. for him. 1.24, 6.2 clicks down from 13:59. And then with this 1.0, 6.5 kilometers down, 13:59 as well. And this 1.18, 5.5 kilometers down from 7:50 this morning. So a little bit of action there, but I don't think there's anything really super or imminent happening there. Didn't grab these guys. Let's go have a quick look. There's 3 quakes out here. This one is a 2.2, 2.5 kilometers down from 1730, and then a 1.2, 4.9 kilometers down, 2114, and then a 1.3, 3.7 kilometers down from 2105, and that kind of covers that area. And again, don't know why right there, but hey, you know, it's going to do what it's going to do. So let's keep going here. So we covered Katla, covered Grimsvatn. Let's go to Astja real quick. 2 little quakes around Astja. We've got this one, 0.31, 4.98 kilometers down, just about 5 clicks. 43 minutes after midnight. That's it. And this other one is 3:16 a.m., 0.5. And that is 2.9 kilometers down. And getting a little bit further away, and we see a 0.68, 6.2 kilometers down from 2:52 a.m. And then we get over in the Herderbreed region, and we'll take a look at some of these. The bigger one down here, 1.82, 3.2 kilometers down, 8:30 was the time on it. This 0.93, 1.7 kilometers down, 2:37 a.m. Then 0.1, 3.2 kilometers down from 15:29. We've got this 0.89, and that is 7.6 kilometers down, 21:57 is the time on him. 0.9, 5.5 kilometers down from 17:05. 1702 had a 0.7, 4.7 kilometers down for it. Then there was a 0.3, 5.4 kilometers down, 1703 as well. And another 0.3 at 1702, 6.5 kilometers down for him. And taking a look at Hertebreed, we didn't get this 0.3 here. Getting a little closer to Hertebreed, but 4.8 kilometers down for that 0.3, 4:29 a.m. Nothing right on Hertebreed, just on the outskirts. This 0.7, 4.5 kilometers down, 1:36 a.m. Then we had this one 0.5, 6 kilometers down from 13:48. And that is kind of what we got there. Then we got this guy, 0.51. Let's try that again. There we go. 6.6 kilometers down, 9:53 a.m. for him. So Hertebreed, I don't know. I don't think there's going to be much happening there. At least I don't suspect anything will become of it. This one here, 1.4, 0.6 of a kilometer down, and 19:16 was the time on it. And then we've got 2 here, or 3 maybe, just 2, 0.9, 2.1 kilometers down from 15:12, and this 1.2, 2.1 kilometers down. And that is from 1:41 a.m. Looking a little further north to see what's out in the water by Grimsey in the area. We do have a couple little areas where we have multiple quakes, so this is a little weirdish, but 10 clicks down for this 0.6 from 55 minutes after midnight. Another 0.6, 5.4 kilometers down, 55 minutes after midnight. And then we have this 1.6, 10 kilometers down, 13:32 is the time on it. Then at 7:42 we add a 0.7, also 10 kilometers down. So don't think those are scary. And looking at this other group, thank you Piggy for the 5-minute warning. The 1.35, 10 kilometers down, 5:49 a.m. Then we've got this guy here, 1.6, 4.3 kilometers down, 10:27, 1.62, 10 kilometers down, 10:27. I might have got that already. Holy mackerel, they all look the same. 10:21, 1.66, 10 kilometers down. This one, 1.05, 10.5 kilometers down, 4:45 a.m. And this other little messy stack down here, 1.48, 10 kilometers down, 8:51. And then we've got this 1.21, 10 kilometers down from 10:29. And that kind of wraps up what we've got in that area. The only one left is this one that's very close to Grimsey. Well, not that close, but closer than the other ones. And 1.15, 10 kilometers down, 7:29 was the time on it. So that's kind of the shakers in the area. Of course, the big highlight here today is the uplift and the magma intrusion that is happening there at Katla area, and we are definitely going to keep an eye on that to see what goes on in the next 24 hours. I'm very curious if we get enough seismic energy, then that'll be good. But right now, it's hard to tell. It really is. And speaking of seismic energy, I wanted to just check the other quake map, and not this one. This one is just showing us the older quakes up top here. I want to go to the EMC one and take a look. I'm going to have to refresh that as well. And we'll take a look on there real quick to see if there was anything new happening And what do we got? Nothing. And that is all right. Well, so that's kind of what we're seeing. We do see this one. This is at Katla, the 3.4 that we've seen. And we don't see any other ones that were not listed on here. So nothing further out. I was expecting to see more out here by Jan Mayen and possibly another shaker or two on the Reykjavik's ridge out here. But those aren't there, and that's kind of not going to produce enough seismic energy to get things going. Hey, James Skype, welcome. Gotcha in there, and whoa, good to see you. Haven't seen you for a while. And pop by a few of your videos there and pop the thumbs up, so all cool. And thank you kindly for giving me a thumbs up as well. Anyway, let's put this back on the regular earthquake map, so when I go look for it later, I will find it. Speaking of quakes, what's this? A new one, 5.0. Mariana Islands just happened a little while ago, 1352 our time, so 10 kilometers down. Hope everybody there is okay. And anyway, let's get it back over to the other one. There is Katla right now. Hey, Kananaskis country also popped in a welcome. And that is, of course, the one that we want to keep an eye on. Very interesting place. And gee, you know, the bigger the bulge here, the more likely it'll go. Anyway, it's amazing that we can actually see it, and today would be a good day if it decided to pop, right? Well, let's wait till the daytime. Well, this is from earlier today, but nighttime right now, this is what it looks like there. So even if it did pop, you'd still kind of be able to tell where you got to look to be able to see it. And yeah, I would really want it to be very lavally if it did go. So that is one of those things. Anyway, I'm going to put that pack on here, and we will put our canned lava back on. And it is just about time for me to take that break. Oh, look at that. Is that the one that I wanted, though? Is that my canned lava that I wanted to put on here? Let's see. No, that's not the one. I had the other one going. Got to take a look and make sure we got the right can that we're using. No, it wasn't that one. Maybe it was this one. Okay, we'll get that one going and turn the other one off. And maybe even turn this off. There we go. Now we got the right one working. Siggy with her daughter. Yep, that's it. Anyway, all good for now. So for those good folks who are here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, please help us out. Give it a quick bop. And of course, we really would appreciate it. Our target, of course, is over that 100 mark. So the more the merrier. And I see that there's only about 34 people, 36 people in here right now. So not that many people. But, you know, it is that time of year where we have people starting to go do things that they need to get done, like putting up Christmas trees and visiting people and shopping and all kinds of stuff, getting themselves ready for the festive season that they have. So that is kind of what we got there. Some of us just don't have to do a lot of that, but it is what it is. Anyway, hit that like button if you haven't done that yet, and help us out on that friendly note. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And I am going to go on a 5 or 6 minute break. Don't go away. I will be back. And no problems. Let's see. Who came in? Hey Donkey? Hey Donkey. Who is Hey Donkey? Did the donkey come in here? Wonky Donkey? Wonky Donkey is here. Oh, there he is. Wonky Donkey, he back. Thistle was telling me off today. Rebuttal. Piggy, and you better lay down the law and show Thistle who's boss. Anyway, I'm gonna go take that break. Don't go away, you guys. Keep smiling, and I'll be back shortly. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. I see a few more people popped in here like Echo, 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 the bot, the bot, the bot. Welcome, Echo, the bot. And thank you for the welcome backs from, let's see, Alba Girl and John Raper and Sue Hayes and Piggy and Colin Deadman and Yvonne and Canonescus Country and Kevin Haynes and Hermione, and I think we got everybody. Welcome, and glad to have everyone here. Anyway, so yeah, I just figured I'd pop in there and throw a couple gifts in. So 5 of you lucky folks got them, which is absolutely wonderful. And nice to see. Wonky Donkey, you got one. So that is all good. Andy Morgan, I got one. And 24/7 Live, EZ Skies, Gary got nailed, as well as Klaus and Tom Turtleson. So that is all cool and all well deserved. They are all good people. So nice to see that and have them in here and doing their thing, even though some of them may not be in here, but that's still okay. They might not be here right now. Still good to have them as members. And anyway, let's carry on with our wonderful stuff. We already looked at the earthquakes, and we did want to take a quick peek at the harmonic tremor charts. And before we carry on with other stuff, and of course half of them aren't working, the other half are not cooperating. This one happens to be Grindavik. I'm going to refresh it just so it is as new as it gets, and there we go. And that is Grindavik, and we see where it's at, and this would probably be reflected within what we see at our Ragnar as well. Pretty good indicator anyway. So we see it heading down back to the basement, and things pretty steady as far as the way things are concerned. And the other one to compare with, of course, is Kristuvik. Kristuvik, where are you? You're in here somewhere. And we'll take a look at that one as well, and just do a little bit of a comparison. And that's this one here. So yeah, that pretty much gives you the same reading as far as everything heading down, and a slight uptick. So we don't know what all is going to go on there, but we'll take it with a grain of salt. Anyway, we did already see the earthquake, so take a look at the vertebrate area real quick and see what, yeah, that chart is broken, so we don't need to go there. And of course our Ragnar is not working. Grimsey we already had a look at as well, and that kind of conforms to what we're seeing in the area. Nothing major going on there, so I'm pretty quiet. And let's see, if we go up a little bit more, we can take a look at the Astja one if it is working. And of course there's our Ragnar Fregadalfjall. Still nothing on that chart, unfortunately. Hope somebody goes and fixes it. I hope somebody is listening. Anyway, going up to Astja really quick. And that should be around right there. So that's kind of what we've seen at Astja. A few little quakes and nothing really major. So that is on an upswing though. So that would indicate a little bit more energy or activity underneath. But still nothing that is going to scare us away. And hopefully we will see something happening at Katla in the next little while. Anyway, let's pop over to our other favorite place, and that is Sicily. And Sicily is not a place where you want to be right now. This is the camera view. You don't see any lights for a reason. It is that foggy and cloudy and stormy there that you don't see a darn light, not a single one. And even when we go to the other camera, you see one a little red light shining through. It is that really that bad as far as the weather there. But if we go back to this one, go back about 8 or 9 hours, and I did not do a time lapse today. It was such poor weather there, so we couldn't see a heck of a lot. But this is what it looked like there in Sicily. So not very good viewing for volcanoes at all. And it is one of those things. 1919 it started erupting. It started erupting. What? Which one, Raymond? What started erupting? That is the question that I've got. 1919 as in Etna? Oh, really? Let's take a look and see if there was an eruption. Oh yeah, there is too. We have an eruption at Etna. Yvonne Kunkel, you've been keeping things from me. How come you didn't tell me there was lava coming from Etna? I was wondering what those red spots were. Yvonne, why are you hiding the lava on me? Of course, if we've got bad weather, so we can't see a darn thing, and there's the lava spots. I was wondering why there was red spots on the screen. I didn't remember where they were from, but there's lava. Lava workers didn't tell me. That's a likely story. I thought you're like in close with those guys. Yeah, thanks Raymond for telling me. I was wondering what the heck that was. I couldn't figure it out. I just thought, hey, lights off in the distance or something. But yeah, so if we have Etna erupting, that is interesting. 1939 is the time that we're seeing that. That is pretty scary, and I don't know if we go back a little bit, do we see any lava flow other than those small spots there? I don't see anything popping. That's the problem. Yeah, and that was 1919, and that's just when they were starting to zoom in on it. And it looks like about the same place as it started erupting last time, about that same vent on the side of the mountain. Very interesting. And they're acting like the Icelandic ones now. Yeah, popping without reason. I didn't see anything in the charts there today that said that it was gonna pop. All quiet as far as what I seen, unless all of a sudden it had an uptick that we didn't know about. But okay, things that make you go and we'll have to wait till it clears. I wonder if it's a smoke or something blowing straight towards the camera rather than going away, but we know it was very, very hazy there and stuff. So very interesting. And thanks again, Raymond, for throwing that at us and letting us know. I wonder if we got visibility from the other one here. Okay, I'm not sure what that spot is. Let's go back in the daytime and see. I don't believe that that was one. I think that spot is down here somewhere, and it's a radio tower and with a red light on it. And oh, that's right there. So let's see if we can make that go back. Ooh, two spots. They must have zoomed in with the camera, and they're seeing that from afar. I wonder if we can make that a little bigger and just have a peek. Give me a second here, and we'll do a screen capture and just see if we can bring that a little bit bigger here. Okay, oh, I got it too low, or they moved the camera. All right, let's make that bigger. That's kind of what it looks like. Okay, a little on the fuzzy side, but it's there. They will try to refocus, but yep, so we do have some lava. It's lava. And definitely from Mount Etna. Very, very interesting. So we'll definitely have to check back on this in a little bit and see what it is doing. And live lava. Yeah, that's what we need, is live lava. Lava, yippee. It is exactly. Anyway, let's carry on with looking at the other places before everything gets too dark. I think it is already in some of those places, but we'll have a quick look at the Azores, and then we'll keep checking on that one. Anyway, Azores, let's do that way. There we go. Pretty gloomy and doomy out there in the Azores today. I was watching earlier, weather is not that great. We are on the island of St. George, the area that you see down below here all lit up. That is the harbor, and this is one of the towns. Usually you can see some lights off in the distance across the strait. About 18 kilometers across here is where Pico Island is, and we are not seeing it today. This is the normal daytime shot. Not today, but that's usually what it is during the day. And you can see the harbor down below in the town, and of course the Pico Island with Pico Volcano on the other side. And this other one here is the cove that we're going to look at in a second. So let's get over to the cove. Whoop, I'm on the wrong screen. Need to be over there. Let's try that button. Okay, and that one will work. And what we look for is massive amounts of white water, like what we're seeing here, telling us that the ocean is very rough today. So don't be going out in your little boat. Bring your big one. You need that super yacht, the one that is 600 meters long. A 600-meter long super yacht is what is required. That's about 1,800 feet. Hang on, that's bigger than an aircraft carrier. Wow. Yep, rough out there. I wouldn't want to go out there, Colin. Anyway, let's carry on. We're going to take a look and see what we've got for earthquakes. And of course, everything likes to have to refresh right now. Looks like we've got 3 so far indicated on St. George. Hey, how come that turned on? Let's try turning that one off. There we go. And we'll get started with that. For 8:43, we had a 1.5. And then we had 1.8 at 9:05 a.m. and then a 1.7 at 11:09, and those are all on the island of St. George, or if you want to say it in Portuguese, it's São Jorge, and that is what we got there. Moving over to the other shot here, the other map, we'll take a look and refresh this and see if we can determine what else there might be in the area. And it is a good thing we did that, because we do see some other ones. Make that map just a little bigger. So all right, we've got the 3 on St. George right there. 13 hours ago 1.5, 13 hours ago 1.8, and 11 hours ago 1.7. But we also noticed a quake over here, and that is 1 hour and 15 minutes ago, 2.0. So a little bit of activity there. And let's zoom back out a bit more and go down here. There's 2 more, 3 more quakes down here. 20 hours ago, 2.0, and then we've got a 2.4 14 hours ago, and another 2.4 also 14 hours ago. East Azores fault is what we are looking at here, that red line, and anything around it, of course, will affect both the Eurasian plate and the African plate, and of course that is the North American plate, mid-Atlantic ridge right here. So that's kind of what we're seeing, and that's it for quakes in there. If we scroll down, just gives us some of the depths, and looks like everything is a surface with the exception of the 2.0 that happened an hour and 15 minutes ago. So that was 3 kilometers down. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Piggy. And that is pretty cool. So we can leave that there. I'm going to put it back on the map so I can find it later. And we will leave that for now. And we'll go over to, wow, okay. Yvonne says, okay, going back to sleep and now. Thanks for another great stream, Dr. Fox. Mods, Lavaliers, and Lava family. Have a great day/night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Good night, Yvonne. Take care of yourself and sleep well, and don't work too hard. And Yona came in. Welcome, Yona. And yes, we see that it is shaking over there. And Katla may go boom. Katla had 15 centimeters of rise. That means there is something happening there. We may see Katla go. And anyway, I'm going to get myself back on track here, though. Where's that cloudy volcano? There it is. It is pluming again. It doesn't care if the clouds are going by or not. It continues to do what it does, and that is Fuego, of course. But that is almost live. Let's see if we get it to live here. Maybe it won't. Anyway, we'll get back to Fuego in a second. There. Okay, that is live. You see those puffy clouds coming in? They're going to wipe us out. There's more coming. Anyway, that is what we've got. It did put on a fairly good show early in the morning. And, of course, the starter shot for our show here, the thumbnail was of it going off this morning, and producing some nice lava right at the beginning of the day. So if we put it right about here, this is about just about 10 hours ago, right before it changed from a black and white to color. That is 6 a.m. We've seen a little puff there, and then shortly thereafter it switched. Oh, had another puff, sorry. And there it goes. And that is Fuego doing its thing. And it's been doing this all day long, so sparklies, I like it. And of course, then we ended up getting, I'm going to advance it just a little bit here. I want to get it to switch to the color mode. It calmed down just before it did that, so it was all right. But come on, switch. Maybe another little shot of lava. And okay, somewhere around here it's going to switch to color. Or it should. I don't want to have to go too fast here and then I'll miss it. Let's try that again. Okay, just a little bit forward. Anyway, that's when it switched. 6:07. I was close. We do still see some of those hot spots there smoking up top, which was kind of neat. And if we go ahead a little bit more, we had right around here we had this, and that should be the start of it. So it actually had some pretty darn big fiery explosion. There you go. And that looked pretty awesome to be able to see and that shoot out of there like that. And you see some of those bigger chunks, very, very large. And what's happening? Sneaks up onto a donkey and pings a new tail on. Uh-oh, donkey, you're in trouble. CDF DeSantis, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And Sharon Stewart is in the house, and Kathy is in the house. Who else? Dr. Fox, tell Piggy off, or I'm going on strike. I'm not going to tell Piggy off. She's going to sick the kraken on me if that happens. Anyway, there's another lavally explosion, and just from a few ago, and that was kind of neat to be able to see a few of those this morning from them. So that was very nice. A little bit of lava, more lava than we've seen fresh in the last few days, but hey, it is what it is. Anyway, I'm going to go take a break, and Piggy is going to go sit in her sty. All right, Piggy, careful, that wonky donkey is being mean. He doesn't like being poked. Anyway, it is a time for me to go have a break. So for those good people who are here, if you're enjoying the show, please, if you have not yet, hit that like button. Give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet, please do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, going to take a 5 or 6 minute break. When we come back, we'll have bacon seeds, and then we'll carry on with looking at volcanoes. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava, and I'm going to put you back on the canned lava in the meantime, and I'm going to be watching for Mount Etna. Anyway, where's my can? That's my can. That's the can. No, that's not the right can. Darn it, I lost which can it was again. I hate when I do that. Okay, let's use this one. All right, I got it going. Okay, you guys, I'll be back in about 5. Don't go away. Thanks. And that microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. And welcome to Irish Monk, who gifted 5 gift memberships. Awesome, and good to have you back on board, Irish Monk. Hopefully your leg is doing better. And thank you for the welcome backs from John Raper and Alba Girl and Kevin Haynes and Sue Hayes and Ray Jensen and Kananaska's Country. Then Sophie is spoiling herself with sweeties. Thank you, Hermione. And I hear you from Sharon Stewart. Was not off. Yeah, I noticed that. I did try to turn it off, but I walked away from it, and of course I coughed. I was supposed to turn it off before I did that. It happened. And I can't take it back now. Too late. I'll have to rewind. It's Memorex after all, right? Anyway, let's get over to the bacon seeds. That is what we want to do. And that is the time now. And I'm watching Etna. Etna has not produced any more lava. It's still only that little one glow spot that I see right now. So we'll see what happens, and we'll carry on. Anyway, bacon seeds, that is where we stopped yesterday. And of course, Piggy was diligent and working away at her computer, sending us more. So she sent us some of these things. And petite porkers. Talk about little tiny bacon seed. That is so absolutely wonderful. And that is a small bacon seed. Really small. Wow. I don't know. What do we want to call that little guy? A petite porker. It's not the right name. He don't look porky at all. But, yep, that's mini bacon. Anyway, here's another one. This guy can't be very old, but he is definitely in the basket. So very nice to see. And let's see, who else popped in here? Fred who? Looking for a Fred. Did I see a Fred pop in? Anyway, oh, that's what you want to call him, a Fred? Bacon seed camouflaged as a handbag. Yeah, well, this one is trying to camouflage as a basket cover, I guess. And we'll carry on. Love the smile though on this little guy. So very good. Piglets smell like human babies. Oh, baking powder no, not baking powder, baby powder. Baking powder. Oops. Oh, baby powder. Yeah. Anyway, here's another one. Look at that little guy. And that is awesome to see. The little tiny little bacon seeds, and those are wonderful, and thank you very kindly, Piggy. And here's one more. Next one, what's this one saying? I just freaking love pigs, okay? All right, Piggy. That's a Piggy a message. Baking soda? No. All wrong, Sophie, all wrong. Baby powder. Not baking powder, baby powder. Anyway, getting into the Christmas spirit. Here's a little squished guy. I think that hat is too heavy for him. But that would be an interesting stocking stuffer. And all awesome. So I gotta like it. And again, he's smiling, so you got to be happy. Anyway, they both taste the same as well as the smell. Okay. Wonky donkey. I'm not getting into that. Oh boy. And let's see. Who else popped in? Caballaris, I hope I said that name right, but anyway, welcome. Anyway, let's carry on. Here's another festive bacon seed. He's looking to be a Santa. You wanted a pet for Christmas? Yep, there you go. That's the right kind of pet, and that looks pretty awesome. Much love and aloha, aloha, and glad to have you on board. And let's carry on. Santa Piggy, yep, and this one here is riding around, getting all prepped, getting his tree ready for Christmas as well. I guess a lot of people are starting to do that, so we know that. Hey, Layla made it in as well. Welcome, Layla. Glad to have you on board. So that is our bacon seeds for today, you guys. And thank you very much, Piggy, for sending those in. That's wonderful stuff. I really do appreciate it. And on that note, let's carry on. Where the heck did we leave off? Quick check on Mount Etna, just so we see. All we see right now is just little spots of lava. Unfortunately, nothing major coming out. And there it is, a little spot right there. So yes, there is active lava at Mount Etna. This is the other shot, and we're not seeing anything on that one. They did zoom in, but it's zoomed in too far. We don't see a darn thing. This is back to the original one, so we may be able to see something in the near future. And of course, if there is stuff going on during the night that I can record, I will. But it is nice and interesting to see that we do have lava there at our wonderful stuff going on. Anyway, at Etna, back to Fuego, and I want to go there. We wanted to take a look at the Popocatépetl. Fuego is, I'm going to put it back on live. This is Fuego right now, and it seems to have simmered down just a little bit, and didn't do too much. But let's go over to Popocatépetl, have a look at it. There it is. It is continuing to off gas as well, doing its thing, and it has had a couple of little pops just this afternoon, as well as earlier this morning. Just trying to get one of them on the screen here. And let's see, there it is, kind of popping right there at 16:04 their time. And wasn't very spectacular, but that's all there is from that one. Then we go back in time a little bit here, in between the battling the clouds. It was in and out of the clouds. This is about 7 hours ago. Was a little calmer then, and it was just a little bit before that we had a little bit of a plume come out, and it should be right around here. And yeah, you can see it is continuing to do its thing, and that was about 9:07 a.m. If we go back a little further in time, we get to let's see, the golden time, and we really didn't see a heck of a lot happening there. And that was about 6:44 a.m. Wasn't really all that super much. Why is that thing buffering now? Darn it. Anyway, let's go back a little bit more. We did have about 11 hours ago, would have been this nice scene at 5:15, and we should be able to see something pop out of here real quick. And there it's starting. We do see it. And of course, a beautiful starry night there once again in Mexico. Popocatépetl, of course, is about 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. It is the second largest mountain slash volcano in Mexico. So it is very, very large indeed. Anyway, let's speed that up so you can see that a little bit more. And that was what it was doing at about 5:15, 5:17. And you see the UFOs flying by, of course, doing their thing early in the morning. And it's the early bird gets the worm, right? Or the early alien gets the worm. I have no idea. Anyway, that's what it was doing then, and it did that a few times during the night. Some a little bit more elaborate than others. This one would have been from about 3:15. Let's get it up there a little bit more, and maybe just there we go. There. All right. So, and again, these are nowhere near as quick or harsh or fast eruptions as what we see coming from, say, Fuego as an example, where we see a lot faster expulsion of the lava and the gases and so on. And could be a couple of things. One, pressure, of course. One of the big things that we look at is when we have a very eruptive volcano that is really putting out a lot of power, is usually it has different gases in there and also a lot higher H2O levels, water, and that, of course, because it is in the form of steam, it gives a lot of performance to the output, a lot of energy in water. So pretty cool. Anyway, that was the plume from earlier there. Not going to harp on that too long. We'll put that back on live, and we'll carry on with the other ones that we want to look at. Looking at this one going south a little bit, Momotombo was off-gassing here. We can't see it because of all the clouds, but there was a pretty good plume coming out of it earlier this morning. And this one here is a current picture from today. It looks just about like the other picture from yesterday. That was the yesterday's or day before. 25th. It's the 27th, so 2 days later. Anyway, that is what we see there at that is a Messiah volcano in Nicaragua. So pretty cool. And let's see if we can get onto a couple of other volcanoes real quick and give you some updates since we are in Central America. And let's go over here and see if I can get that lined up. I just got to get on the right screen, and that should be this guy right here. So, and this was Cotopaxi, a volcano in Ecuador. Elevated activities, several hours continuing ash plumes. So you can see what's going on there in the picture. And they definitely have an uptick in activity. Of course, it tells you here increasing activity at the volcano continues at moderate values. Okay, in the late afternoon of the 25th of November, the seismic network detected a tremor associated with strong gas and water vapor emissions. The gas plume was extended towards the north-northwest, captured by GEO's 16 satellite. So I don't think they had the satellite picture in there. No, they didn't. But it was measured anyway, and this was a ground-based picture. So that looked pretty cool. Gives you a little bit of an update on Cotopaxi. Next one, also there in the same area. This one is El Salvador. And that is a San Miguel volcano, and near constant eruption continues. So it too is having some work today, and of course, what is it? The explosion from San Miguel volcano this morning, and it kind of went boom, and woke a few people up. So. Very interesting, and I think there was a little bit of a video or a couple of them. Let's just have a peek at that one, and that is off of their site, and you can see the plume fairly large, so pretty awesome to see that. And we will leave that one. That's just a Twitter short thing, And then we also had this little guy here where they were showing that. And you can see the eruptiveness of that particular volcano. So thank you for the 4-minute warning, Piggy. A lot of dark material in there, so heavy in the ash department. And that's kind of what they had going on. Pretty cool to see that. And they zoomed in and out a few times there. That's cool, but not cool. Yeah. Anyway, that is what we've got. So that was just in there. Let's leave that be. Not going to worry about that one. Next one on our list is we're going all the way over to Indonesia. And this is the Kerinci volcano, Sumatra, Indonesia. It too was doing some explosive stuff, and what's it say here? 8:30 local time today generated a gray ash plume which reached 13,800 feet, or approximately 4,200 meters, and drifted eastward. Eastward. Drifted, did it? Anyway, it went east. There we go. That is what we've got on that one. And we do have one more here we want to kind of talk about, and that is Ibico. And of course, Ibico being on the Russian Kuril Island areas up top there. And that is a part of our trio that we talk about, very close to Alade and Chikarachi as well. But it too had a beautiful plume coming out, and gave a little bit more gas to what is normally happening there. And let's see, we can get one more in here, get Merapi in before the break, and let's see if I can get on to Merapi and make us happy. Nope, Semeru is not working. Why? Semeru is buffering. Where's Merapi? Merapi, where'd you go? Oh, there's Merapi. Merapi, let's make me happy. Anyway, going back in time, and there is Merapi at 4:44 a.m. Hiding in the clouds, and we do see it down here in the lower picture. Though it is pluming, and it is off-gassing fairly heavy. So I don't know what else we can say about it that way. Unfortunately, the pictures aren't the greatest. Because of the weather that they've got there. If I go back a little bit more, 1:19 a.m., that's what it looked like. Still off-gassing, not as much though, but clouds in the way as usual. Not a surprise with this volcano. Seems to have quite a bit of it. So that is Merapi, and we'll wrap up Merapi for today. One quick peek over there at Ruapehu, and just to let you see, it is all raining, and we're not going to see a Ruapehu today. It's hiding. It's hiding, I tells you, and that is okay. But it can have a day off. You can kind of see it through the clouds here. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break, you guys. So be good, be kind, stick around. More to come. I'm going to put you back on this wonderful canned lava as soon as I can find where the magic thaw button is here to let it go. There we go. And all good. You're late on an important date. Your break. You bet, Piggy. I'm going to go now since I'm late. Fashionably late, right? For those good people here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, please help us out. We are trying to get over that 100 mark. That is important to get it over that mark, especially for the YouTube analytics. Also, if you haven't yet become a subscriber, please hit that red button, make it gray, and of course hit that bell notification, only if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. This time I'm making sure the mic is off. Is it off? How about now? And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And of course, we'll carry on with our show here shortly. Thank you from Albagirl and Hermione and Kevin Haynes and Philomena and John Raper and Sue Hayes. And I hear you from Sharon Stewart. And good evening, Dr. Fox from Johnny Gonzalez. Welcome. And there's a few others in here that came in. Holy mackerel, 50% for rabbits, 50% for the host. Irish Monk, that is an awesome super chat. Irish Monk, thank you very kindly for your very generous support. And we will definitely make that happen. That is awesome. Very, very cool. Thank you, Irish Monk. That is very kind. I did miss, though, what is happening with your leg. I hope that is starting to heal. And anyway, a few more people popped in. Of course, I said hi to Oz. Aloha to Kathy as well. And Chris from Georgia also here. Welcome. And Kananaskis country, we got Philomena, we got earlier. And I think we're good for right now. So thank you again, Irish Monk. That was an awesome super chat. And well, I keep going. I haven't been on for a while. Miss watching. Well, Chris, you are more than welcome to pop in. Hey, look at that. There is Leo Carlson also on board. Welcome, Leo. Glad to have you here. And thanks for stopping in. So for those who haven't been here yet, just to throw out a couple of quick things here. Mount Etna has had a small eruption right now. Of course, it is nighttime there, so we are unable to see anything. I'm going to pause my canned lava here. Give me a second, and we will stop it so we can see what we're doing. There we go. All right, used my magic and stopped that lava mid-air. And the nice part is it doesn't even cool off while it's just hanging there. But anyway, the only thing that we see at Mount Etna right now is one little spot of red with a little bit of a tail, likely a little bit of a flow right there. And it being nighttime, it is very, very difficult to tell exactly where that is. But we do suspect that is near the what we would refer to as the right side of the cone. Very likely the same location where it popped last time. Living in the Matrix, Doc. You're living in the Matrix? Come on. This is not the Matrix. If you're... never mind. It's like a holodeck, okay, on Star Trek. If you start seeing the holodeck, the hologrid start fading, you know, then you're in the Matrix. But till then, I'm going to pretend I'm here on Earth. Anyway, that is the newer news. So that is what's happening there. And of course, for those others, Katla has had magma intrusions, as well as the seismic energy has gone up to 1 ton, which is still way, way low. We need about 6 kilotons worth before we'll see an eruption, but anything is possible there. So Iceland and Italy or Sicily are both doing their thing, as well as many of the other volcanoes around the planet. Let's carry on with the other ones, though, and we will go over to Semeru and have a quick peek at it. And let me get on the right screen. That is Semeru right there. Okay, going back. We want to go back a little bit, and this is about 3 hours ago. Semeru is brewing its bubbles. And you can see right there, it definitely is doing its thing. let's see if we can make that just a little larger. There we go. And that is kind of interesting to see that coming out of Semeru right now, or wow, back at 2:52 a.m. is when that was cooking like that. If we go back a little further in time, there were cloudy periods, so hard to see at times. I was trying to find a good spot where it actually popped, and I did find it. There it is. There was a couple that I watched, and I thought it was kind of interesting to see it popping out. I think this is just the prelude to it. We see the darker smoke coming out, and let's see if we advance it a few times here. There it is. I want to back that up. There we go. Okay, and that is what we were seeing at 1:34 a.m. their time there, and that is a nice little shot out of Semeru, and pretty cool. So yep, it goes kaboom. There is going to be bacon, and we like it. So that is pretty awesome, and I kind of like that. You know, when we see fire, I like it. It is, yes, it is nice, Alba Girl, and we can get the barbecue pit going. That is pretty cool. So that it did that a few times during the night, and I'm just trying to see if we can locate another one here. It was earlier. It wasn't as spectacular, I don't think. I don't know. Maybe about the same. This is probably about an hour earlier. I just want to leave that one on just for a second yet, and let it go through. And the thing is, it didn't throw out any lava, and that's kind of still what I wish. You know, if we would have seen a little bit more, it would have been better. And thank you, Kathy, for the aloha and hugs, and that is awesome. And anyway, let's go back to the other one, and this one was a little bit, well, I call it just as spectacular, but there were lightning bolts in the area, and of course very stormy around there, so not a surprise with the storms, and I'm surprised we could actually even see this. So very, very good, and nice to see a little bit of lava. Here's another one that, as I said, it did about 3 or 4 times that we've seen it popping out of there. So we've got another one loaded here, ready to go. But that one looked pretty good. So I thought, yeah, that's nice. Still no lava flow, though. We need hordes and hordes of bacon coming down the side of the hill to satisfy us. And that's what we want. Irish monk, and you are upside down. Oh, no, he's not. He's the same. He's the right side up. Oz, hang on. I'm turning upside down to see you, Oz. It's all good. It all depends on where you're standing, and I'm sure if you're standing on the opposite side, not only are you upside down, but you're also sideways. How about that? So that'll really mess you up. Anyway, next one, going back in time a little bit more here. And there's the start of it. We see it bubbling and brewing and doing its thing. And then it did pop out of there, the gaseous plume. And of course at night it's so hard to tell how much ash is really in there and stuff like that, but it is what it is. And all good though. Anyway, that one was there. I don't know if it had anything that was bigger than that. Here's another one from earlier, and I gotta get on it. It was a fairly quick one here. It'd be right around here. And let's there. We'll let that brood for a second. And yeah, that's the thing is though, Raymond, this, is hopefully Etna will give us some lava or some bacon. I'm hoping that some of these other ones will as well. Etna, if, like, to be honest, I wasn't expecting to see lava from Etna today. That was not in the books from, what we've been observing and kind of keeping track of the seismicity and things like that. The energy wasn't showing there. All of a sudden, we got something happening. Yeah. So lava workers not responding properly and letting anybody know that what they're doing. But that is kind of what it is. Anyway, we do like it though. We want more. We want more of it, and that is always the way it is. This is going back another little ways, and we see more of a plume coming out, and more glowy stuff happening in the caldera. And even in the earlier hours, it continued to do that. So I'm assuming that we are going to see some very large amounts of SO2 around the Semeru area. And here's another one of when it burped out quite a bit of material there, and some lightning in the background. Pretty awesome. And actually, that one, a little scary with that lightning, but it's not volcanic lightning. That is just regular thunderstorms in the area. Anyway, that is what we were seeing there, and that is pretty awesome. So Semeru, definitely a little bit of activity, and seems that the switches are being turned on for all of them today, which is really kind of interesting to see Etna going. And maybe by tomorrow we'll see something happening at Katla as well. And on that note, let's go over and we'll put this back on the multi-screen here. And yeah, you can see the long range shot, couple spots down the side, nothing really major. These two spots here, that's up here, and then these are way down the hill already. I'm surprised they're still hot though. Pretty cool, pretty awesome. And yeah, they did have it zoomed right in on the caldera earlier. That was like this, and you can see that it was cooking while it was in black and white mode there. And let's move that ahead. I don't think it really plumed too much while it was doing the close-up there, but you can get a little more detail out of it in the black and white, the backside of that crater and so on. Looks not bad. All right, let's leave it there. Let's go over to our next volcano, and that, of course, is over at us in Japan, and that is this guy, the one that's frozen, and the one that's got frozen birds. Anyway, let me see if I can find that. Oh, way down at the end. And Sakurajima, throwing off a lot of gas today. We didn't see anything major coming out of it, no super eruptions or anything like that. We did see it continued. This was a little earlier in the morning, 7:15. It was continuing to off gas quite a bit. And even during the night, you can see the plume being blown off there. Really no lava in the visible or anything like that, though. We don't even see the glow down in there, but you can see the gas. So a lot of material still coming off of that. And I'm sure the SO2 levels will be sky high in the area. No pun intended there, you guys. But that is it. And then, of course, at about 2140, a lot less from yesterday. And there we go back a little bit further, 2040, and gives you a pretty good idea. Anyway, gonna put that back on live, and that is what it looks like there right now. 7:56 a.m. in Japan. The ice cream boat is in, and of course there's our long range shot of Sakurajima. And definitely go down and get your ice cream if you need. And that is pretty good. It looks like Gary's Mountain, sort of. Yeah, they all kind of poke up in the air and stuff. Sakurajima looks awesome. It is. And let's go and take a look at other stuff though. This one is Suwanoshijima. And this is on the southern islands down south of Japan, also a part of Japan. And it being just about 8 a.m. There, it really is not showing much, just a little bit of a gaseous plume. And earlier in the day we didn't see much, but you can see a red tinge here. And if we back up a little bit more, we can definitely see that red tinge. And that is not from the camera, that is from the caldera. It has definitely got some lava in it. And if we back that up a little bit more, you can see with the cloud over top of it, it is still being lit up somewhat. But that seems to be a lot cooler lava, not very brilliant or anything as to what we're seeing there. So Sakurajima definitely, Suwanoshijima definitely active and continuing to do its thing during the night. There it is, a nice red glow. So pretty awesome, and we see that. Let's get over to our next one. I'm going to put this one back on live, and you can kind of sort of see there out of that caldera. There's some gas coming out of it, but it's not a heck of a lot there. And next one, of course, is our wonderful Aso, also in Japan. Aso is continuing to steam off. Every time it rains, it fills up portions of that caldera like a little lake, and it being a bowl kind of thing, the floor in there is still quite hot, and we end up with steam being generated, and that is what we're seeing come off the side here. And it's doing its thing, continuing to do that. Don't confuse it with the cloud that's over top, of course. That's not from the same event. And it is a break time, you guys, so one more quick peek, and that, of course, you know which volcano that is. That is the one and only Mount Fuji. That is also in Japan. On that friendly note, it is a break time, you guys. I'm going to put you back on some canned lava. We'll turn that canned lava back on and let it run. There we go. And I'm going to go take a break. Please stick around. More show to come. We still have to look at where are we going to look? We're going to look at very, very snowy and cold and miserable Yellowstone National Park, and then we're going to go over to Hawaii to warm back up. And then we will go take a look at the shakers and weather and stuff after that. So don't go away. More to come, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And of course, you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Stay tuned, guys. Thanks. there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Albagirl and Leo and John and Sue and Hermione and Philomena and Canonescus Country and Oz. Thank you. Do appreciate that. And of course, I hear you from Sharon Stewart. And I still got to get that recorded sometime, Sharon. That would be lovely. Anyway, let's see where we're at here. Tiffany Elliott, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And we want to pop over to our next volcano, and of course that is Yellowstone. Put on your parkas. It is very cold. Thanks, Johnny. Get your winter coats on, you guys. Thanks, Kevin, as well. Working on it, Dad or Doc. All right. No worries. And let's go over and get cold. There you go. And that was what we were seeing there just moments ago. There we go. That is Old Faithful. And Old Faithful doesn't care if it's snowing. It's still going to go off and do its thing. And they are getting a snowstorm there at the Yellowstone National Park in, of course, up in Wyoming. And that is also partly into Montana and Idaho. And, yep, it don't care if there's snow or not. It's going to keep producing that steam. And of course, you can see around the area there, there is no snow, and not where the hot stuff is landing. And that is pretty awesome to be able to see Yellowstone or Old Faithful doing its thing. And it is doing its thing. It's faithful, continuing to blow out that steam. Very lovely, even though it's snowing like a banshee out there. Even the Sasquatches have gone inside, and they're watching this on their color TVs. So all good. Mother Nature don't have no feelings. Oh, sure, Mother Nature does. She's got lots of feelings, but doesn't like to show them. They're all bottled up. Sometimes she gets angry, though, and she shakes this planet, and she makes things happen that show us that she's the boss. Anyway, that is pretty cool. Anyway, let's carry on, and that is what we've got there. So if you haven't gone to that website yet, Yellowstone or Jellystone is the word you can type in for that. And of course, do your thing and be able to get that. I'm going to type that Jellystone, and that'll bring up the link for this. For those who haven't got it, if you want to go there, you can certainly go grab that link and save it, bookmark it for later. It is well worthwhile. They do have over 500 active geysers there in Yellowstone, and as you can see, they're panning the camera around to look at a few of the others. You can see them steaming there in the snowstorm. Well, it's not really a storm, but it is snowing there and doing its thing. Hopefully it'll ease up, and those poor buffalo that were grazing yesterday will be able to find some more food without having to dig for it. And that's one of the reasons they come there to Yellowstone, is because the grasses on the edges are very, very good. Dr. Fox, we are going to do Candy Cane Lane this year. I do want to, and we'll see what we can come up with there, Grandma B. I certainly wouldn't mind it. It would be nice to be able to pop down there and give it a whirl anyway. We're gonna try. We'll no guarantees, but definitely we'll try. I would really like to do a Candy Cane Lane again, and that would be awesome. So really, really good. Anyway, Yogi Bear, yeah, Yogi and Boo Boo are hibernating. They've got all their picnic baskets that they needed. They've got them in their fridge, and they're good for a while. Let's carry on though, and we will go over to a warmer place so we can warm up a little bit, and that is our good old Hawaii. And let's go there and get warm and maybe even see a palm tree. I don't even need to see a palm tree, just some lava. There is from 2:26 a.m. Hawaii time. This is when it looked like there in the lava pond that is inside a Kilauea's crater. And of course, this is the lava tube feeds it from this end over here, and the lava flows in and crusts over fairly quickly, and that is a fairly thin crust. Some of the brighter areas you see are collisions of or breakages where the crust is breaking, as well as these brighter spots. That is where the gases are bubbling up as the lava is draining down and out of the lava pond. And the gas bubbles, of course, being lighter, they come up and pop and break up some of that thin crust that is on top, and makes these nice bright spots. We do see the toe area still has some lava in it as well, and that is always a good sign. So we know that there is still connectivity over to that portion of the land. Let's refresh that, take a look at it right now in daylight hours, and that is what it looks like. And boy, that lava level looks even lower. It is just incredible. Anyway, a lot of smoke in here, but the primary lava tube comes in over at this end, and of course you can see these patterns are all deformed of the crusted over lava. Looking at this over here, that toe area, wow, that lava level is really, really down in there now. And of course, you see the brighter spots, same thing as before. That's the gas bubbles breaking up the thin crust up on top. So yeah, very, very low level there, unfortunately. Let's take a look at some of the other pictures. This one, of course, from 2:34 a.m. And this one is right there is where your primary vent is. The Hornito is there. Unfortunately, you can't see it very well, and the lava tube would be buried, of course. You do see the toe area and the lava pond. Let's make that a current live picture and see. There it is, and a lot of smoke in the way, so a very difficult visibility, but primary vent right in here. The Hornito is over here, and yeah, lava pond right there. We do see some smoke coming up from very high up on the caldera wall. Makes you wonder what's going on, and we see that in a couple of other spots in the back here as well. Too much smoke to be able to see any of the other areas in the back and confirm whether there's other stuff coming up. Let's pop on to the other side, and that picture is still the same. Let's see if no, still haven't fixed that camera, not going to worry about it. That is on the other side of the caldera. We're not seeing a heck of a lot of it, and that was a few days now that that's been broken. Actually 5 days now that that camera was down. Anyway, this is from 2:28 a.m. is the time on this thermal shot. Primary vent is in here. There's your little Hornito, not very much lava showing in there. There's your lava pond and the toe area. The other spot that we had over here that used to be so bright, almost non-existent, has cooled off quite a bit. Let's refresh that, take a look at what we got right now. This is the current shot, 14 minutes after 1300 their time, of course, and then this is what we see. And what are they, 3 hours? 4 hours. 3 hours. Yeah, 3 hours difference than me. So that's what we're seeing. Primary vent, a Hornito, lava pond, a tow area. And you can almost make out these darker patches. Now there's Pig Island. And then, of course, the darker areas being thicker, cooled down lava all the way around here. So that is basically a lava island floating on top of the magma / lava chamber underneath. And of course, there is an approximated depth of about 470 feet, roughly 143 meters. And the volume within the caldera of lava / magma is about 111 million cubic meters, or approximately 29.2 billion gallons. So there we go. Let's take a quick peek over at Mauna Loa. And that was yesterday's picture. I didn't bother doing a nighttime one because you can't see anything. That was what it was like yesterday. Let's take a look for today. We've got some haze and fog, cloud, that kind of stuff going on in there. So a little bit cloudy up top there. It is a very tall mountain, so definitely we see that. Pretty awesome looking. And let us take a look at the thermal image. Oop, that's not the right one. This one is the one for the thermal. That's yesterday's thermal. We're going to refresh that. And this is where you can go get that Hawaii map. Type in the word Hawaii map, all one word, and that'll bring up this map for you. And you can utilize it to see what it's doing. And there are a few different things that you can do with it. One of them is exactly this. Take a look at what it is like there on the thermal image as an example. And we do see the sun heated up some of the rocks. The temperatures, if you look at the gradient on the side here, they brought it down. So some of the lighter areas are only about 30 degrees Celsius, and that gives you a pretty good idea. It has cooled off quite a bit in the area because of the cloud and rain. So that is what we're seeing there right now. Let's pop over, take a look at the earthquakes for our Hawaiian area. And we'll zoom in, and before we do that, I just want to have a quick peek and see if there's anything major or red that's big. No, nothing. Let's just zoom in on Hawaii, and of course, there we go, zooming in, and pardon me. And again, I want to mention that this island here, 5 million years ago, it used to be over here. This one, Oahu, about 3.8 million years ago, it used to be here. They're all floating that way, slowly. So if we come back in another 5 million years, the big island of Hawaii will be sitting over here. That's if it doesn't get bigger. It may turn into a supercontinent. That would be pretty awesome. I want to come back in 5 million years and see how big it is. Anyway, let's zoom in. We do have a few quakes that have happened since yesterday. And we'll start out with the Pahala area down on the bottom here. And we'll take a look at these. Typically, these are between 26 kilometers down to about 37. Some of them are a little bit deeper. This one happens to be 39.9 kilometers down. Happened at 10:52 is the time on that 2.6. Then we have this one 2.1 3:09 a.m. Then we've got this one 2.2 from 5:54 a.m. This guy here is 2.4 from 1928 of yesterday. And let's look at these ones that are on the land. 1.9, was the time for it, and this one 2.4, 21:41 yesterday. This one is 2.3 from 10:10 a.m. This one is a 2.0 from 11:28, or sorry, hang on, 11:25, my bad. This one 2.0 from 13:57 today, and then we've got this guy 2.2, 16:49 was the time on it, 1.8 for this one, and 11:28, and this really fresh one right here 2.0 from 15:40. And did we get that guy up there? 2.8 from 6:14 a.m. And sliding over a little bit more, there are more. So busy. 1.9, 18:02 was the time on that guy. Then 1.8 from 2:12 a.m. Then we have this guy 2.0 from 21:32. 21:23, dyslexia got me again. 2.2 from 21:34 yesterday, and this one was yesterday's as well. So that is the Pahala area. Let's go take a look up on Mauna Loa. Well, we did see this 2.0 out here yesterday's at 21:51, 10.2 kilometers down below sea level. And this guy here 2.0 from 9:46 a.m. 100 meters above sea level, so still about 3.5 kilometers down below the top of the big volcano here. Sliding over and taking a look at what we have in Kilauea area. Let's not miss this guy out here. 2.4 from 9:13 a.m., 8.1 kilometers down. Then we've got these guys here, 1.9 from yesterday at 16:40, 7.6 kilometers down for him. 2.1 from yesterday as well at 17:05, 7 kilometers down. And this one 2.3, yesterday's as well from 21:34, 2.2 kilometers below sea level. And this one 1.8 from today at 15:10, and that is 200 meters below sea level. And that is your earthquakes for Hawaii and the Big Island. So a few things shaking a little bit, but not overly much. I don't think I'm going to panic. Intermittent buffering, well, no, it's solids coming out of here. This should not be buffering. If you've got intermittent buffering, talk to your buffering goddess and tell her to buffer no more. And no buffering here, Sue. Uh-oh. Okay. Maybe it's the bad weather. I don't know. We got storms coming. And it hasn't started to snow yet. Actually, it's supposed to be snowing already. I'm surprised. They said 4 o'clock it should start. No snow yet. Anyway, let's look at the earthquakes and the shakers. We do see up on the Aleutian Islands a 4.8 up here from 12:55, 57 kilometers down. And that is right at Adak, Alaska. So that's interesting. Sliding down, we don't see anything really big in Texas. They do have another 2.6 there, but that's 7 kilometers down from yesterday. 21:21 was the time on it, so not going to worry about him. This one's a little bigger over here in the Dominican Republic, 4.1 from yesterday at 18:27, 105 kilometers down. Looking at this, this is just off the coast of Nicaragua, and that is a 5.0 from 1:32 a.m., 53 kilometers down. And then we will grab these ones here, 4.2 in Chile from yesterday at 21:08, 216 kilometers down. This 4.1 Atacama, region of Chile, 79.8 kilometers down for that 4.1 from 1700 yesterday. This 4.1 is from today at 8:29 a.m. 45.5 kilometers down. And we have a bunch out here along the Pacific, Easter Island region. The Pacific Plate is doing some movement. 4.9 Easter Island came in at 1404, 10 kilometers down. And then a 5.6 from yesterday at 1950, 10 kilometers down. We see this guy here, 4.7, 2:14 a.m. and 10 kilometers down for him, also considered part of Easter Island's area. And this is the Pacific Antarctic Ridge, 7:04 a.m. and 10 kilometers down for that 5.1. Sliding over and taking a look at New Zealand, nothing right in New Zealand, but Kermadec Ridge here has had 2, and there's a 5.1, 3:32 a.m., 10 kilometers down, and another 5.1 from yesterday at 21:44, 10.5 kilometers down. Looking at this one, 5.0 here in Tonga from yesterday, 1857. Vanuatu had this 5.0 yesterday, 1859, 30 kilometers down. Sliding over a little bit more, this is Timor-Leste, 4.3, 2:32 a.m., 157.2 kilometers down. And another shaker just off of Java, 4.6. From yesterday at 1910, 75 kilometers down. We also see this 4.5 a little further up, and that is 4:37 a.m., 28.3 kilometers down. Thank you for the warning. I'm just going to finish the earthquakes real quick. Moving up, Philippines 5.1, 21:43, 49.6 clicks down. Up here on the top end of the main Philippine island, 4.3. 5:31 a.m., 30.2 kilometers down for him, and that was from today at 5:31. And this one is today's 13:52, 10 kilometers down, and the Mariana Islands 5.0. Northern portions of Japan, we see a 4.6, and that came in at 14:40, 43.2 kilometers down. Looking at the Kuril Islands here for Russia, 5.4, and that was yesterday's at 21:59, 80.7 kilometers down. And then this guy up here in the top corner, where we've got our 2 subducting plates joining, and or the 2, it's one subducting plate, 2 continents joining. And that's a 4.7, 3:53 a.m., 43.4 kilometers down. We also see this guy here, 4.9, and that is from 12:58, 10 kilometers down, and that is in China. Actually, that looks so close to Afghanistan, it might as well be, but very close. And then one more, and I don't hope Piggy didn't feel that one. Western Turkey from yesterday, 2057, and 10 kilometers down for him. On that friendly note, that's our earthquakes for around the world. We'll take a look at the Canary Islands after my break, and we'll do that, and there is more to come. So don't go away, you guys, and we'll go and do the rest of the show when I get back. Got to turn that can lava back on. Got to find the can first. There it is. I found it. And there we got it going. Excellent. All right, for those good people who have not yet hit that like button, hey, we're already at 93. Let's see if we can make it up to that 100 mark, you guys. That would be awesome. Really, really awesome. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go on a 5 or 6 minute break. I'll be back, and we'll finish, or well, continue on with the show. So we'll see what happens. Thanks, and I'll keep an eye on Etna. I'll be back. And there we go. Microphone is back on, and everything is still all good. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you here. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and of course, this is your wonderful VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from John Raper, and Chuckster is in the house. Welcome. Glad to have you on board, as well as Brian Perfectibility 999. Good to have you back. And thank you, Kananaskis Country, and Leo, and Johnny Gonzalez, and Philomena, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Sophie, and Dave, and I think we got you all. Hermione, thank you, and Sue. Okay, now I got you all, pretty much, and all good, all awesome. All right, so we had a look at what? We had a look at earthquakes, and we want to go over and have a look at the earthquakes in our wonderful palm tree place where the banana plantations are. And I just got to find where the heck I am. There we are. And let's go over to the wonderful Canary Islands and see what's going on there. Something wrong with that screen. All we got is a star. They've sunk. They've disappeared. Let's refresh that. We got to do that anyway. And we'll see. Maybe. Oh, look, the islands are back. It's magic. Gotta love it. Anyway, there's a quake up there from the 25th. Not going to worry about that. 3.6 up on the East Azores Ridge. And zooming in, we see the latest and greatest one happened over on Tenerife again. So not anything major going on over here on La Palma though. So let's just zoom in and see what we've got for today. And we do have a few, but nothing too major. And as you can follow through, you see the circles around them as I move my mouse over top, and that's a pretty good indicator of where they are for you. Looking at this one, 1.1 from 13 minutes after midnight, 10 kilometers down, way up on the ridge. And then the next one is pretty close to where Cumbre Vieja is, and that is 1.1 in magnitude from 58 minutes after midnight, 8 kilometers down for that one. 1.2, 5:41 a.m., 5 kilometers down over there. And that again could be weight compression or something from the lava flows, because that would have definitely been underneath some of that thick material that had flowed out during the eruption. The other one right beside it, a little to the east of it, actually 1.0, and that is 11 kilometers down, 6:23 a.m., a little deeper. So I don't think that would have been a compression, but this one sure could be. These other ones are a little too deep for that. So that is what we've got. Dr. Fox, even when there is no eruption, you keep people together. 5 people in my house are watching and listening. 2 are under 15. That is excellent, Irish Monk. And I hope that, with everything going on, that people really do come together and enjoy a program like this. That's the whole idea. I put this together, to have people interactive and being together, the lava family. And I think it's the right spirit that I've created within this confines. Just want to make it bigger. We need more people. And Geoplanet Jane is here. Welcome, Jane. Glad to have you on board. And nice to see you. And thank you for popping in. Anyway, that is what we see as far as earthquakes there in La Palma. Nothing really major that's going to make you cry. No eruptions or anything like that. I just want to peek over for a second. Yeah, still no change at Mount Etna, and I'll let you actually look. And hang on, let's put this back on live. I've stalled out here. Oh, that completely went away now. We probably have some bad clouds in there as well, and that condition is unfortunate, but we do have lava flow for those who aren't up to date on it. We have a minor eruption that happened at Mount Etna in Sicily, and hopefully we will see more eruptive activity there at Mount Sicily or Mount Etna in Sicily, and that is, of course, pending weather and something like that. Tenerife has dangerous caves. Yep, they do have caves there, and some of them are very pokey, and yep, Etna will eventually, hopefully, we need a Christmas volcano, and I'm not partial to if it's Etna. I actually prefer Etna because there's a lot better coverage. And we do have the uplift over the last little while here. Over at Katla in Iceland, there is over 15 centimeters of uplift that has happened at Katla, and of course more quakes, and there is a confirmation that there's magma moving, and so that is something that is interesting there. So hopefully we'll see something for Christmas. I prefer Etna because that's a nice place, and it gives off a good show and keeping things going. Imagine if Katla goes and in Christmas. Yeah, Katla, that's kind of a double-edged sword, though. We got to be careful with that one. Let's get back over to our other maps here while we're talking about that. So if Katla does go off, there could be some issues, some nasty issues. Hopefully, I'm clicking on the wrong button. I'm on the wrong screen. How about this one? There we go. I'll get you over there. Gonna refresh this volcano map. And this volcano map, of course, is from volcanoesandearthquakes.com. You guys are more than welcome to go peruse it on your own. All good. And let's see if there's anything really fantastic and new on here. Possibly a couple of slight changes. But nothing too really weird and wild. Thank you, Leo, for dropping that keyword there, Volcano World, and that brought up the link for it. Pardon me. And anyway, looking at here, we got Grimsvatn and Asja. They may end up having to add Katla to it very soon. And of course, St. George still has Tercera and Sao Horte. Had to do that. And there we go. Looking at what we've got here in our wonderful rows of stuff on the eastern side of the Ring of Fire. Still the normal volcanoes that we normally see here. Down here in Chile, and Sabancaya there in Peru, and moving up Sangay, Reventador, and Perse, etc. Nevado del Ruz, still working away. That one, of course, a little bit more SO2 than normal. And I think they packed another volcano in here for us. So we got Recon de la Vieja, Messiah volcano there, Tolica there, and San Miguel. That has been more active. That is in the news as of late. And then, of course, we've got Fuego and Seti Seti Agito, and of course Popocatépetl there in Mexico. So that is kind of what we got. Let's not forget Fernandina out here on the Galapagos Islands. Wolf Volcano is also out there, but he hasn't done anything for a little while. Around the top, Aleutian Islands, pretty much the same, nothing too new there. And our trio here, Ibico, Alade, and Chikorachki, are still doing their thing. And Karimsky, Bezimiani, and Shivalesh, and of course the latest addition there is this Klyushevsky Shevskoy. I'm going to keep butchering that name till Russian. I talk to my Russian friend, and then he'll be able to pronounce it properly for me, and we'll see how it is pronounced in Russian. But it is rated as a yellow, hasn't increased in any activity, so all good. And we'll see what else we've got here. Sliding down, of course, Sakurajima, and then Suwanoshijima being busy again. And Nishimo Ashima still there as an orange, and Iwajima still there, and of course Haiai there in the Mariana Islands still doing its thing. I'm not really seeing any changes here in the Philippines. We still have Bulusan, Mayon, of course Taal, and Ken, Leon, and then of course coming down here seeing the other ones, Ibu and Dakota being the red ones, Luolatak right there, Semaru, Merapi, and Krakatau. Not going to worry about the other guys. And looking here in New Zealand, Taupo and the White Isle volcano still listed. Same thing with what we see in Tonga, and that is Tofua, and Home Reef volcano still working on hopefully seeing some more land develop there for us to be able to sell. Yasur and Aoba. Aoba being very dirty lately with lots of SO2 coming out of it, and Gawa is the other one there. Zooming out a little bit and look down here, Erebus still down in the South American continent, and of course we've got Heard Island volcano, Piton de la Fournaise in Reunion Island still continuing to do its thing. Our other guys here all normal. Urta Ale still there, and of course there is Mount Etna. I want to see that go back to a red, and that would be really cool, really awesome. Volcano and Stromboli also there. Campy still showing there as well. I just want to check something real quick and see if we have any kind of a picture from our wonderful Stromboli. And we'll take a look at Stromboli for a second. And it is starting to snow here now. They are 53 minutes late. Those weather guessers, they're bad. Anyway, and that is a Stromboli. And of course on the left-hand side is the regular color image slash. Right now looks like black and white, but you got two different thermal views on the right-hand side there. And it was going off earlier, but not doing too much right now. So Stromboli is still doing its thing, and we continue to watch that. Joe Planet, too many years on my knees with a hammer. Hammer? Well, don't hammer your knees anymore, Irish monk, and you won't have that problem. Oh, Stromboli is active. Yes, it is. Actually, Johnny, Stromboli is always active. It's just some days it's more than others. It's continuous. It's a very, very long-running volcano. It's been a very on and off, but it continues to do its thing. Ooh, here comes some activity now, and boy, they're a little late. They were supposed to be here 30 seconds ago with that eruption. Those lava workers, I synchronized my clocks with them, and they boo-booed. Anyway, there you go. A bit of a plume, and that is being pretty cool. It's been active forever, I see. Yep. It really has. It is a long, long time. Wow, as yeah, is did the kaboom. Yep, it tries to. It tries to. Anyway, let's carry on. We're going to go over and take a look at our SO2 map real quick on our weather stuff, and we'll see if we can get through that. I think I need to refresh here. SO2, let's refresh. How come it's all gray? There it is. Okay, oh, let's do that again. I want to see. Okay, and the snowflakes. So it's going to be snowing till Tuesday morning in the wee hours. And then Wednesday evening, it's going to snow again for us here. And I hope those bunnies eat lots tonight. That way they don't need to come back too often. Anyway, looking at our SO2, not bad up in the northern portions of Canada and Greenland. We do see here a little bit in Alaska and a little bit up in the Yukon and Northwest Territories, but nothing unmanageable. And same thing kind of goes for the thinner stuff that is in British Columbia, as well as Alberta and Saskatchewan, and going into Manitoba also. Not bad going into Ontario, down here in the Great Lake region. Of course, we see a lot more SO2 there, and all the way along the St. Lawrence Seaway, and looks like it's getting across the New Brunswick, but not so much in Nova Scotia or Newfoundland or Labrador and any of those places. Pretty much normal for the United States. We do see some very clear areas there in Northern California, Oregon, and good portions of the other areas here, Wyoming and Nevada and stuff like that. But going down here a little further to the south, we see Mexico City. I was going to say that looks like a nice shot. Sunset time. There we go. That is sunset in Mexico. Si, senor. That's nice. Okay, and I'll leave that be. And that's south of Acapulco. Anyway, we do see that from Popocatépetl and Mexico City combined together, going into the Gulf of Mexico and doing its thing, sliding down here into Central America. We see it is pluming off into the Pacific, and same thing for most of what we see from Colombia and Ecuador. And remember, it was all coming inland yesterday and the day before, so nice to see the change. And sliding down, we do see that we have some wind currents still blowing across the opposite direction, but we do have some circulation over here, so it's changed things. Not too bad in Uruguay or Paraguay, a little bit more in Argentina, of course, and not so much in Brazil. But Chile looks pretty SO2-ish for the most part. Actually, I should zoom out, take a look for any weird patterns down below. We don't see any, and that is all right. Looking at what we've got coming off of White Isle volcano, not much there in New Zealand. While we're down here looking at Leo's area, Leo doesn't have his barbecue on, we can tell that, and the refineries aren't doing too bad either. And of course we have the other area here north of Sydney, the coking plants, not doing so much. No barbecue today. Okay, Leo, darn it. Would have been nice to get some barbecue, especially in a snowstorm. Anyway, tofu out here, and possibly some of that maybe from Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai. We are not 100% certain, and we'll see what happens in the future. Vanuatu area, of course, Eoba still working away, making the darker area there. This is from Yasur. We'll continue on here, looking at Papua New Guinea, still pretty normal, and pretty normal here in Indonesia as well. Luolatak for that, Semeru for this. I figured we'd have a little bit more at Semeru, but not that much. And we do see here, this would be from Merapi, and of course this plume here from would be Jakarta, as well as from not Kilauea, Krakatau. How about that, Krakatau? And Mocha, welcome Mocha, good to have you on board. And what we are looking at Puerto Rico, Escondido, and Oaxaca, and a state in the southern part of the country. Beautiful beaches. Ah, excellent. Thank you for that. That is cool. Ibu and Dakono right there doing their thing, and it looks like the Philippines are not very aggressive. We do still see a lot of pollution in Taiwan and also in China. Looking at what we've got coming off of Suwanosi Ajima down there. We don't see so much, and same thing with Sakurajima. So they're a little lighter, and this is likely come across the pond here. Thank you for gifting another 5 gift memberships there, Irish Monk. That is awesome. And Irish Monk, gonna put that down here. Gifted 5. So we'll see if that shoots through and somebody gets some of those. That would be awesome. I know the 5 that you did definitely got handed out, the ones from earlier, and I had done 5 previous to that, and they all got handed out too. So that is pretty cool. So thanks, Irish Monk. I really do appreciate it, and very, very kind of you to do that. Anyway, continuing on, we do see the Chinese stuff coming out into the Pacific up there, and not as much coming from our Kamchatka Peninsula. Pretty heavy from India today, and looking at what we've got there, the smelting plants still producing quite a bit down in South Africa. The 2 volcanoes in DR Congo still doing their thing. Urta Ale, a little tiny spot there. And then, of course, the refineries in Saudi Arabia and Iraq and Kuwait, so they're doing their stuff. There is the extra output from Mount Etna, and we see the plume getting red again. And of course, Stromboli is definitely helping throw some stuff into that soup as well. On that note, that is our SO2 report for today, and we will get into the weather right after this. But what we want to do is take a break first, and I need to do that, otherwise I will not have a voice left. So stick around, you guys, and we will do the weather when we come back and wrap up the stream. So we've got a little ways to go, and we'll see what we can do. I'm going to turn that can lava back on for you, and just got to find the right can. That should be this one, I think. Yep, it is, and there we go. All right, we'll let that play, and I'll even give you some music and turn my microphone off. could I be as what? Maybe I could sign up Pepper for you for a YouTube account. Well, you could try, Tom. Pepper's pretty good at the keyboard, so you might want to give it a whirl. And 4 minutes pat midnight. Okay, John Raper. 4 minutes pat midnight. And it's 5 minutes now. I'm gonna go take that break. I'll be back. I'm getting giddy. I'll be back, you guys. Keep smiling, play nice, and we'll have a. I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board still, and thank you for getting over that 100 mark with the likes. That is awesome, and thank you, John Raper, and hey, Grinzed, good to see you. Alba Girl, also thank you for the welcome back, and Leo and Sue Hayes, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart, and thank you for the welcome back from Oz and Philomena and Kevin Haynes and Kananaska's Country and Dave Kruk and Hermione, and I think we're good. All right, let's get it rolling here and get into the weather. We'll leave our canned lava be. And there we go. What? My brother says almost nobody is hunting a deer in Wisconsin this year. Oh, that's good for the deer. They'll get repopulated a little bit. Probably a good thing. Anyway, looking at North America, we see some cold starting to infiltrate up in the very northern portions of Alaska, Yukon, and up there in the Northwest Territories, where it's getting really cold. Of course, we don't want to talk about none of it, because that's all this other area, and we want none of it. It is way too cold up there for me. Anyway, sliding down a little bit, we see Alaska quite chilly. Coastal areas still a little bit on the warm side, and then coming down the west coast, we see anywhere from 0 up here in the Panhandle down into the rainforests of the Queen Charlotte Islands, and they are about 3 degrees for the most part there, and then a little bit warmer out on Vancouver Island, not by much. Actually, it looks like the rock is a little bit on the cold side, and we see the infiltration of that cold, and that is what's happening here in Edmonton at present. That snow is flying, and it is supposed to continue on till Tuesday morning. We'll see what happens. We do have a low sitting out in Saskatchewan, and that is, of course, pulling things down from the north. Bad low. Go away, low. We want a high in there, and that's twirling the other way, bringing warm stuff in. Now I want warm weather. Sliding over a little bit, and we do have, actually, and let's zoom in here. Edmonton showing a -6 right now. Calgary a -6. Vancouver 3. And of course, we get and zoom in a whole bunch here. And there's a Moose Jaw. Yes, we have a place called Moose Jaw and Regina. They are 1. And somewhere in here, Swift Current. There it is. Kananaska's Country's house. -1, and depending on where you're looking, and or where you're standing. And let's zoom back out. Winnipeg coming in at -3 Celsius. Northern Ontario cooling off into the high single digits for the most part. Southern Ontario still staying a little bit warmer, and we've got 5-6 degrees down on the bottom, and then cooling off a little more. It looks like about 4 in Toronto, going up towards Montreal. A little bit of a warm spot in between 5 and Montreal as well. Gets really cold out into Quebec real fast. And thanks for throwing that temperature in there, Kevin Haynes, for Sudbury, Ontario. And that is 0 degrees there. And we see the area up here in New Brunswick a little cooler in the northern portion, and a southern area here 2 or 3 or 4 degrees depending on where you are. Cole Harbour coming in at 6 degrees Celsius for Sioux. That is awesome. They've got some warm wind blowing up that way. Hopefully they'll stay warm. Pipe some of that over to me, will you? I'll take 6 degrees anytime. And looking at, we see kind of a mixed bag of temperatures, but all somewhere just above or below freezing out here in Newfoundland. Up on Labrador top end, very cold. Bottom end, low single digits, so not so good. northern Quebec, quite chilly. Let's leave that alone. Go to the west coast. Have a quick peek and see what Portland is doing at about 6 or 7 degrees Celsius. Looks a little cooler out there, but we have that low here, so that air is infiltrating in and causing, of course, the Rockies to stay a lot cooler. Sliding down into California, 15 degrees there in San Jose. LA coming in about 18. And we'll take a look at Mexicali, 21 degrees. Death Valley coming in at about 18 degrees. Thank you, Sue. And we see that Las Vegas only about 13 or 14 degrees. A little bit warmer, 17, 18 in the Phoenix area, and a tiny bit cooler there in Tucson. But again, we can see the cutoff line there. So up in the northern portions, a lot cooler. Bottom end of our good old New Mexico is not bad, but the top portions are all part of that cold stuff. Same with top little leg of our Texas state here, as a little on the cool side. Same thing with Oklahoma. And then we get into Texas, a lot warmer down on the bottom end. It's nice to see. 19, 20 in San Antonio. We got about 16 in Austin, 18 there in Houston, so not bad. Sliding over a bit more. I want to just zoom back out, take a look here at our Midwest states. Single digits for the most part. Not really all that warm. You get up into North Dakota, South Dakota, minus 1, 2, 3, depending on where you are. Celsius wise, Chicago only coming in at about 5 degrees Celsius, so a little bit on the cool side. Detroit 5 there as well. And now we'll get into this area, looking at Mississippi and Louisiana, Arkansas a little bit cooler up in the north, but the bottom end still in double digits, so really good. And the coastal areas, 18, 19 degrees, not bad. Sliding over most of Alabama, not too bad temperature wise right now. Florida seems to be the wonderful hot spot, and we see 25, 26, 27 down on the bottom end here, even a couple of spots with 28. So looking a lot better there. Sliding up into South Carolina, 14, 15, and 20 out in the other portions here. Some of the streams going through are quite warm. And of course, there we go into Grandma B's house, 18 degrees Celsius. So that would be 65 degrees or so for Grandma B right now. That's not bad. And looking at Virginia Beach, 19 degrees, not so bad there. 16 up there in Richmond. Baltimore are coming in at 12. Philadelphia at 16. New York at 12. Boston coming in at 11. It says 10 on the map here. So, yeah, very close. And that's about 51 degrees Fahrenheit. Not bad. And going south a little bit more, we see the Baja area starting to warm up again, which is really nice to see. And sliding down Mexico City, about 17 degrees. Looking at the other areas here, Central America, not bad. Looking at the pathway across here, 27. Cancun, 27 degrees, not bad. And Central America, you got the mixed bag, but mid to upper 20s, depending on where you are. Sliding into South America, we do see the Amazon holding a lot more heat again, which is really nice. And we see up here in Bolivia and the interior of Peru, beyond the mountains, quite warm. Same thing with the Brazilian areas, holding some reasonable good temperatures. Summer is coming for them. 21 degrees in Rio de Janeiro right now. Looking at about 28, 29, maybe even some 30s in there in Paraguay, and Uruguay is showing at about anywhere from 19 or 20 on the coast into the interior at 27, 28. Buenos Aires coming in at about 23, 24 degrees. We see the hot spots here, looking at 36 in some places. That is pretty awesome to see for Argentina, a lot warmer than what they were, and they seem to have some warmth all the way down to the bottom of the country. Still a little chilly, but still warmer than what it was before. Sliding over to New Zealand real quick, and we see the western coast of the South Island getting nailed some more with likely with some rain. We do see a little bit of warmer temperatures on the east coast, but that's what we've got there. Taupo coming in at 16 degrees Celsius. That would be right in the middle here, and that's about right where the mouse is, or the hand. And then of course the other areas looking not bad, 18, 19 around the edges, and a little cooler in the higher elevations. Looking at what we've got down here in Hobart, only coming in at about 13 today, a little cooler than what they had yesterday, but hey, that's okay. Melbourne, Australia coming in at about 14, 15 degrees. Ooh, it says 17 on the weather guessers map there. So awesome, Leo, thank you, and that is pretty good. And 8 mile per hour winds, 48% humidity. Adelaide coming in at about 16 degrees Celsius, 19 over in Sydney according to this map, and about 28 for Oz. Oz, are you suntanning yet? You gotta have a good suntan by now, Oz. And there we go, 30 degrees Celsius, and suntan lotion everywhere. And why does it smell like a coconut there? Anyway, and how about 18, 19 in Perth, and just looking for our really hot spots here. Actually, I think the hot spot is over in Argentina today, and I really do think it is. So looking at it, yep, it would be. I am jealous. Yeah, 30 is hot, too hot. 30 is nice. I like 30. Wow, Irish monk donation for the parishioners. That is awesome, Irish monk. Thank you very kindly for that. 40 euro super chat from the parishioners. That is very, very kind of them, and tell them they have my blessings. And thanks, appreciate it. And let's take a look out here, looking at our wonderful area of that'd be Fiji, about 29 degrees Celsius right now. And New Caledonia, a little cooler at 26, but Vanuatu anywhere from about 27 to 29. Papua New Guinea, of course, higher elevations are going to be cooler, but 29 for the most part. 30 in a couple of spots, but not too many, and same thing goes out and the islands are there. Maybe a tad bit cooler, but not that bad there in Java. And of course, in Indonesia in general is always kind of the same temperatures. Really not too much fluctuation from what we see. And getting over here, looking at Manila, 27 degrees Celsius. A little cooler today there. Bangkok coming in at about 20, according to this map, they say 25 degrees. Sue brought it up, it says 27 on theirs. But 92% relative humidity, no wind. That is pretty awesome. And sliding out a little bit more, we take a quick peek at Japan. We see that high sitting there, there's got to be a low sitting right beside it somewhere, causing some more problems. Actually, that looks like a double high in here, because a core here and a core here, from the looks of it, and a low possibly sitting there in the Yellow Sea. So that may be giving us some nasty storms going through that area. And Tokyo only making it to about 10 degrees bottom end, about 20 in the Sakurajima region down on the bottom, and -2 up in the northern place here. And looking at these lows, they're moving fast, making things colder. And of course, we see the speedy winds coming out of here, and I'll never tell where the cold spot is. Okay, did I mention that? No, never mind. And looking at India, surprisingly, India down to low double digits, which is really odd. But that's okay. Winter is coming, and Sri Lanka holding in at 21 to about, or 20 degrees to about 24 degrees for the most part there. Madagascar, not bad on the western side, a lot warmer than the eastern side, but still holding in. And Cape Town being at, I'm surprised it's not 16 degrees. It's 18 right now. And you got to remember, this is nighttime temperature over here, guys. So that is what they are seeing. And bottom end of Africa, pretty warm yet for night. Same thing goes for the central areas here as well. We do see that low up here in the Mediterranean Sea, and that is bringing, I guess, kind of a mixed bag of air in here, actually warming it up, because that Mediterranean is a lot warmer than what they're seeing there, that 13 degrees. So the water is going to warm it up, but that usually has consequences. That means we will see moisture there, and they'll get some more rains and storms. And of course, looking at Yemen, about 17 to 20 degrees, depending on where you are. Same thing goes for maybe a little higher in some spots there in Oman, UAE, from about 21 to 23 degrees or something thereabouts. Nothing super warm. And looks like Saudi Arabia warmed up for the most part, not too much of the top being that cold. Iraq a little bit warmer today than yesterday, and same thing with Iran, but they still have a lot of that cold from Turkey up on the top, and you can see very cold there, and not too good. So single digits or right around that freezing mark. And looking at the island of Kos for a Piggy, and I say about 15 degrees or so for Piggy there right now, and hopefully she is staying warm. Thanks, Leo, for bringing that up. And 13 degrees, ooh, and that's a little cooler. I'm glad she's got that new stove to keep her warmer. And here we see that low, and we see the winds that it is generating are quite windy there. And of course, here is Sicily, the one that we're waiting to see if it erupts some more. And we could see some more snow forming there, though, because it's got a lot of cold wind whipping across it. So we could have fire and ice there in Mount Etna. Pretty awesome, and quite chilly in Italy all the way through, and we see about 4 degrees there in Milano. And New Irish Monkland, the coastal areas are a lot warmer than the interior being down to mid to low single digits. Wow, lots chilly. You almost need to live on the coast here on the bottom end. Irish Monk, I recommend that for you. Down here somewhere, close to the coast, then it'll be good. So There you go, and very cool. And then also I want to point out here at Portugal and Spain. Chunk is warm, the rest is cold. All right, that we got. Mixed bag here in France. The warmer air is blowing in. Some areas are warming up, some aren't. But there is some cold stuff and warm things there, so not that bad there for France right now. Of course, the Alps doesn't matter whether you're looking at the French, Italian, or even here in the Switzerland or Austria and Germany, of course. Cold. 0 in Munich. München. 0 Grad. Boy, too cold. Anyway, 4 in Frankfurt, and Cologne coming in at about 7. 2 up here in Berlin, and we've got a 5 up in Hamburg. Amsterdam coming in at about 7 degrees. That's not bad. Brussels about 8. So they are not too bad. I travel with furs I bought in 1027. What kind of furs are they? Just curious. Some extinct species, I'm assuming. Anyway, 7 degrees up here in Copenhagen, and we see a little bit cooler for the most part for Denmark. Sliding up a little bit more here, looking at Oslo coming in about 2 or 3 degrees, Stockholm about 3, and Riga coming in at -2, St. Petersburg -5. Yeah, 3 degrees there. Wolf, okay, a wolf furs, and that's nice. And we see -5 in Moscow. And of course, our wonderful Iceland. Let's see, the circulations are really weird around here. They're getting a cold air being blasted over top of them from Greenland. That is not so good. So only 2 or 3 in Reykjavik, and then we get down to our Ragnar area. We'll see about 2 degrees Celsius right now, and not that warm. And Frajola, thank you for renewing that membership. That is awesome. Thank you very kindly. We're getting the first member for 1 month. Awesome. Thank you kindly, and appreciate that support. And let me write that down. And will I get that in there? Frajola. New member. There we go. And thank you very kindly. All right, I got that in. And let's see what else we've got here. So let's take a look at our precipitation map, and we'll see how much yucky stuff we're going to get. Anyway, looking at North America first off, does have a little bit of snow up there in Alaska, as well as the Yukon and the Northwest Territories. And then we're seeing that go all the way into Nunavut up on the top. And I see that snow. It's snowing here right now, so these guys have this map a little bit wrong. It's snowing now. There should be snowflakes over top of Edmonton. Anyway, we do see some heavy snows down here in Kananaskis country. That's what they actually call that area down here, right next to the Rocky Mountains. It's a beautiful area in the summertime, but man, they can get a lot of wind and snow in the wintertime. So that is what's happening in Alberta, snow-wise, and northern Saskatchewan, and even going all the way into Manitoba. We are seeing a lot of snow there, and looks like east of Calgary is where they're going to get nailed as well. That will be over in our Badlands or Brooks area and that kind of thing. So they're getting nailed. Lethbridge down here as well, probably getting a pile of snow. sliding over a little bit more, and this is where it gets a little scary when we take a look at the Great Lakes area. Anyone care for another snowstorm in Boston? Not yet, eh? But wait a little while. We may see some. Northern Ontario definitely getting a nail. Sudbury, Kevin Haynes, are you getting snow up there? And that is kind of a question. Should be a lot of snow. And of course, New York and New Hampshire, those areas up into Maine, everybody's getting nailed with some rain. So very, very cold and rainy and thunderstorms. So hopefully not too bad for those guys. Everybody batten down the hatches, and hopefully it won't be raining too much. We do see over on the western side, all the way down into Oregon, a little bit of snow and some freezing rain. Sudbury got hit by an asteroid. Oh no, an asteroid? And that made it snow? Yeah, we heard about the asteroid, and that was pretty cool. There was one, I can't remember which, can confirm cold and rain here in New York, upstate New York. Oh yeah, yeah, looking at this, I definitely can get that. That is for sure. Very, very much so. And millions of years ago, yep, the Sudbury, of course, and that is that's where the big nickel mine came from. And they figure that is all from a big asteroid that impacted there millions of years ago. And that is very interesting. But there were other asteroids that hit in other places that didn't leave much behind. And we can give you a couple good examples. You take a look there in Arizona at the meteor crater, the Behringer meteor crater. And of course, everybody thought, oh, there's got to be all kinds of stuff in there, but it didn't. Cracked the Earth crust. You bet, Jane, it was. Irish monk, better a dog than a maiden. Oh, it's not snowed where I live since 2010. So when it does, I'll kidnap a dog and dance with to dance with me. Irish monk. You be really, really careful with that. Your leg is going to be hurting. Yeah, you need to be careful. Lots of dirt. Yep. Anyway, looking at what we see all the way down here into Wyoming, what we were looking at there, the snow and Yellowstone. Snow has dissipated somewhat, but they are still looking at some ice rain. We do see a high sitting here at the top end of Texas, which is going to keep places like Oklahoma and Colorado and those places fairly dry, but the high in the wintertime obviously keeps things cold too. And sliding over and down here a little bit more into, we see this storm in Florida, and that is going to pass through. And that may end up joining up with this stuff going up north here, but I think it's too far away. It's going to take some time, but this is partially generated by the Great Lakes, of course, as well as the stuff coming in, the warmer air blowing from the south here, and you got the cold air blowing in from the north. That moisture is coming out of the air and doing everybody in. Central America, we see continuing to get storms there and lots of rain. It is the rainy season for these guys, and of course here in the Amazon, to be expected, and a little cooler there in these places in Brazil because of the coastal storms still happening. Looks like some of those hot places there in Argentina are getting rain as well. That'll be really cool or really warm rain. And all the way down here to Antarctica, we see some snow and rain happening there as well. Sliding over to our wonderful New Zealand. Not too bad looking there. We do see some low bands here and out here. A little bit of rain on the North Island. Doesn't look like there's much on the South Island today, which is really nice for a change. But the clouds are still there, and we've seen them. So I don't know what we're going to do with that. And half of Tasmania is getting drenched again. The western half. Hobart doesn't look like it's got any right now, but likely we'll get some. And Leo should have some sunshine right now, and hopefully he does. Maybe partly cloudy or something, but not bad looking. And of course, then we got Perth fairly dry over here. A few spots here and there as far as Sydney is concerned. And Brisbane looks dry as well. Some local storms to the south. And then the northern portions here of Australia getting some rain. And I'm sure they're not going to complain about the rain. And they will take it. That is awesome. And just a quick peek out here. We don't see too much out here for Fiji and those areas. Tonga, a little bit drier today. And same thing goes for Papua New Guinea. And we still see lots of storms and rain activity in Indonesia and Malaysian areas here. And Bangkok possibly getting a little bit of rain there as well. Philippines, some rain clouds, nothing too severe though. No huge storms like what we see. And Leo says, good night all. Thanks, Dr. Fox, and all the mods. Appreciate all as well as everyone else here. Oink, oink. All right, Leo, you take care and have a good one. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. And remember, tomorrow is Monday, so the stream is back to regular hours. And hopefully you can make it. Anyway, looking up here, Korea is both North and South are, well, mostly in North Korea, and China getting some of that storm going on there in the Yellow Sea area. And not bad in Japan, the high sitting up on the northern side here, but they do still have some snow there. And we see this low, and of course that low was bringing the warmer air in, and the cold air coming from the other low on the other side, and this low here bringing more moisture. There should be lots of snow happening there in the Kamchatka Peninsula. And sliding down, looking at India, they've dried up a little bit today, just a bit down on the bottom end here of Sri Lanka and India, not bad. And looking at this storm, kind of parked itself in there, bottom end of, guess that would be Mozambique, if I'm right. And that's what we're seeing at bottom end of Africa, getting some rain. It is the rainy season for them. Looking a lot drier up here in the Sahara Desert. Same thing with Saudi Arabia and these other countries like Yemen and Oman and so on. And that includes Iran, Iraq. There's a little bit of rain here and there, but nothing too dangerous. And looking at what Piggy is getting, Piggy has got some more rain happening, and I'm sure that is good because they hadn't had rain for so darn long. It's nice to see that. Anyway, that low, I think that is curled down instead of gone across. So that's what we're seeing. Mediterranean is churning a little bit, and that will likely get us some snow on Mount Etna if it doesn't heat up too much. Anyway, there we go. Italy looking a lot drier. Sardinia, Irish Monkland here, New Irish Monkland, not bad. And we do see here in Spain a good chunk of it getting some rain there, as well as a whole system going through France, and that continues on up through Belgium and Holland and the western portions of Germany, and all the way up into Denmark, and then it keeps right on going into Norway as well. We don't see quite as much rain in England, but Wales getting a bunch of rain, and possibly Irish Monk at his Irish Monk house. There might be Doolin. I don't know if Doolin is getting any rain right now, but it is there. And then a little bit here in Scotland as well. And looking at the northern ends of everything, we don't see too much. A little bit of snow up there, but I think a majority of the weather is down here right now. Looking at the interior of the Russian area, we do see some snow there for those guys, and some ice rain way over here. Freezing rain, that's always dangerous. And now to have a look at Iceland. And yep, that low up north there, definitely churning and bringing the moisture back in, and of course that cold air, and the cold air making those white things they call flakes, and there's lots of them. And hopefully it won't flake too much, and it'll allow us to be able to see a volcano that goes off. So that is it for our wonderful temperatures there, or sorry, our wonderful report. Let's go find the coldest place in Antarctica, and I think about minus 42 is what I had seen earlier here. There's a minus 42, and I don't know if we're going to get any colder than that, but minus 42 in Antarctica. And I know there is very, very cold areas up in the north, and we'll take a look and see what we've got up in the northern climates. And let's go up here. Minus, what do we got? 46. Minus, hang on. There was colder stuff here that I seen before. Minus 46 is the coldest so far that I found. Let me zoom in a little bit. And there were some pockets of very, very cold here, and I gotta find them. I see minus 47. Where's the colder stuff? It was in a weird place, a small area that was very, very cold, and I want to find it. I did have it on here. It was minus 50 something before, minus 52, I believe. But where the heck did it go? Well, I'm going to have to give up and stick with minus 47. I don't see it there right now. We got minus 40 something there. And yeah, I think that's about it for that area. So I'm going to say minus 47 degrees, because that's what I was seeing earlier. And I can't find the other one anymore. Oh, there's minus 49. All right, we'll go with that. Minus 49 degrees Celsius. And we'll live with that. And that was right on that river. There we go. Did I just see that? Minus 50 something? And, oh yeah, minus 51 right there. So, yep. All right, I'm sticking to it. Minus 51 is my guess for the coldest temp. Antarctica is minus 42, and minus 60, minus 51 in Siberia. And Sue found minus 54, and I only found minus 51. So okay, guess you get to go. I get to go feed the penguins, and you get to go feed the what are they? The Siberian reindeer. So that's good. I'll get going right on it. So there you go. That is the cold stuff, Sue, and that was awesome. Thank you, and very very cool to see that. Get it? Cool, cool. Aha. Get it? It's cold weather. Woolly mammoth, and yeah, the woolly mammoth, of course, they are there, but I'm talking about the ones that we see right now, and they are actually, I'm surprised that they survive up there, and that is the Russian reindeer from up north. They have a special name for them. I gotta try to remember what it is, but I'm surprised that they are capable of living and surviving in those areas. They are very, very sturdy animals. They're not very tall. They're a lot shorter than our reindeer that we have in North America, up in the north. But very, very interesting. They are thinking of cloning mammoths. They've already done that, Jane. They actually have implanted the mammoth genes into a regular elephant, and would be pretty awesome. Yeah, Kevin Haynes, that's it. The caribou. Well, but they have a special name for them up there. They're a special kind of caribou that they have in Siberia. Anyway, that's it for today. And where is it? I don't know. They're keeping it top secret. I think they don't want to show us yet. They're going to create a Jurassic Park, and then we get to see them. Yaks in Tibet? No, Tibet's not that cold. But yeah, those yaks, they're pretty tough too. They definitely are. I put it this way. I don't want to go to either place that's cold, okay? I want to stay somewhere. I like palm trees, all right? So if you've got the bison or buffalo or whatever, or, elephants, I'm happy with a tropical country. That'll be all good. Except the Mount Everest, yeah, that's pretty hard to climb up. Those mountain goats don't do too well. The yaks don't do too well. But there have been sightings of the abominable snowman, or what do they call it over there? Yeti, the white Yeti. So watch out for that one. Anyway, if I never see a palm tree. Oh, come on, Jane. Palm trees are lovely. I think that's around, what? Mayakan, Russia. Okay. Not sure if I pronounced that right, but okay. Fraola. I hope I said that right. Fraiola. Hopefully. And yeah, there are a bunch of different places up there, so it's interesting. The Siberian cold temperatures, of course, some of them well into the minus 50s, and it is something that you just really want to stay away from. Anyway, along the Indigirka River north of what a more fun tongue twisters. Oh yeah, some of those, they are really bad. Irish Monk says it is time for me to take a medication, sleep with the dog and a goat, and say I love this family. Irish Monk, take your meds, and thank you very kindly for your wonderful support. Really, I do appreciate it, and that is awesome. And very kind of you to throw those wonderful big 2 super chats in there, as well as those 2 5-packs of gift memberships. That is very, very kind of you. I really do appreciate it. And also, thank you to, let's see, Frayola for joining in. And of course, I guess I thank myself for sending out 5 free gift memberships as well. So, all good on those notes, you guys. So, thank you very, very kindly, everyone, for being here. Thanks again, Irish Monk. And thank you, everyone in the Lava family. And really, I do appreciate all of you. And thanks for being here on our Sunday stream. Hopefully, it was a little more interesting with a little bit more stuff thrown in. Keep your fingers crossed that we see more lava at Etna in the next few days. That would really, really be awesome. And for those who need to know, we have a bunny over in Bunnyland right now eating. And on that friendly note, it is time for me to say farewell and thank you kindly, everyone, for being here. And for those good people, if you haven't hit that like button yet on the way out the door, maybe give it a quick bump. Also, if you haven't subscribed and you're still sitting on the outside, please consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. And you are welcome, Arizona Snowman, and thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you to the moderators, Arizona Snowman, a Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary, 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, and possibly some of the other ones as well, like Joseph Fields and Lucas Snow, etc. Thank you guys for helping out, and really I do appreciate. A big thank you to Sue for the information that she throws in, and she does some wonderful research. I really do appreciate it, Sue. And on those friendly notes, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. Have yourselves a good evening, or good night, or good morning, or a good day, depending on where you are. And on those friendly notes, the only other thing I want to add is please, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Take care, everyone, and have a very, very good night. Oink, oink.